Hello. I think I can actually make a dip or whatever with this. I may need to use an array modifier for this. Okay. So I'll see how this goes. Maybe not the best idea, but we'll see. Hello. Come to the stream. Hello, Smooth. Forgot how this works. Hold on. Just Google it real quick. Align, rotation, instances, mesh.
Hello.
The video. I'm just quickly skipping through a video to check how this is done, because I don't remember. That node is not available because this is a newer version of Blender, so the one the video shows isn't here. I guess I could also share my screen instead. I guess actually I should just use a randomized node. Yeah, because like these are supposed to be random anyway, so I can do a full rotation. Density. Then I want to check how to isolate the position so that the sparkles, or sprinkles rather, are only on the top part layer of the cupcake. That's not it. Okay. Wait a minute, actually. What was this again? There was a way to have like a rainbow on the color ramp. Trying to remember how to do that. Just as far as I think than pure red for both colors. HSL. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Had to set it to far. Thank you. Okay. It looks pretty good. That looks pretty good from a distance, honestly. Hello, Richman. Welcome. I played Dark Souls. Yeah, I finished the first one. And I think I finished the third one as well. I just don't remember exactly. It was a long time ago. But I'm kind of in the middle of the second one now. I have Dark Souls figurines. So I like it, the franchise. I basically got all of the From Software games on Steam that I can get on Steam, at least. Can't have Bloodborne, obviously. I have this to stream on my other screen currently. Nice. Yeah, I like it. I need to do this separately, actually. Look up some reference. The muffin is filled with pistachio. Well, it's like sparkles, but Maybe it's inside, who knows. A bit bigger actually. Gonna try to make it proper in scale based on the human size here. That won't work. I should probably make a plate or something for the muffin. trying to think of what other details I should make at the moment. I think I'll have like flour in here, maybe. Actually, are cupcakes even... do they even need flour? I guess they would. I don't know. Let me check. Do cupcakes need... Yep. I've never made one, so I don't know. You would add some coffee. Well, I'm trying to go off of like the actual story that it's like related to. If it was like a free thing, then yeah, sure, but I don't think coffee fits in this case. But thanks for the suggestion. I think I actually want this to be more of a Z location, or to affect the Z than everything else, because I want it to kind of have like this hill shape or like a mountain shape. Right now it looks like dough, but I'll just add some bump later. That'll help to make it look like flour. Let me do that now. It still looks like dough. Okay, let me actually add more displacement. Stopping and say hi, hello, and give you a like. Thank you. For stopping by. Space. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Yeah. Okay. Could also add like flour marks or whatever you want to call it around the bowl. Back at it, yep. So I'm doing today, I'm doing good. Nothing really extraordinary. What about you? I think extraordinary sounds nice. I like this kind of stability where nothing unpredictable happens. Yeah. I guess so. Other baking objects: muffin pan, measuring cups, spoons, piping bag, pan mixer, baking spatula, spilled sprinkle jar. That's good. Yeah, I think I'll add some of those. Muffin jar would have fit, I think. Or, I mean, the tray, whatever it is, pan. Just checking how this looks now with the lighting and if I like it or not. This looks like sand. I don't know what's like the best way to make flower. I guess, I mean, I'm just guessing it's like this. But the shadows are kind of wonky. I want them to have more displacement. Nice to see some regulars on the stream. It kind of feels like sitting around cozy campfire. Yeah, I get that. I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. Good. Just gotta do something real quick. Do you guys have any guesses on what this might be for? I mean, I'm not gonna answer it, obviously, but it would be funny or fun to see what you speculate. Well, not CreepCast, I mean like the story based on these visuals. Is it possible to make the individual grains of flour smaller, finer? I'm just thinking that it might make the texture look less coarse and therefore less like sand. I mean, I guess if I adjust the texture, maybe. I will also check some reference images, see what I can find. Maybe that will help. It's like clumpy, I guess. So I should probably try to do that. Let me see if there's maybe a tutorial on it. Perhaps. Not like. Alright, render flower tutorial 3D. Mosaic texture mixed with turbulent noise. Well, that's After Effects terminologies, but it's basically the same thing here. Like, I guess if you want turbulent displays, you said, I think, or turbulent noise. Yeah, that's basically this. But yeah, I'll try to make this have more detail. Maybe that will help. But then it becomes to the point where like you can't really see it. But I don't think this is even the problem. I think the problem's the shadows. Oh, one of the problems. Make flower in Blender. Flower. 3D. No idea what the story is in particular, or what story in particular this is going to be, but it must be something adjacent to a bakery. Something about a messed up bakery. Yeah, probably. Well, it is related to that. Burger trees, I mean... kind of, I guess. I think I'm going to get lucky and guess the story this time. That's fine. Can't win them all. Okay. Alright, I think just looking at the images is gonna be my only lead here. Like this. Like there's clear clumps. I guess maybe I could make some simple geometry and then distribute it around this. Could work. Okay. Let's maybe have this as is. And then, like, I don't know, make an icosphere or something. And then deform it. Okay, where's my... there we go. So I'll just make random shapes with these. And then I'll use these as shapes to distribute alongside that. Okay. I could also fix this right here, but I don't think it's really necessary since you can't really see it from this angle, so it's fine. Okay, just random pieces. Scale them down a little bit based on this bowl, I guess. Like maybe like that. And then origin bumps. Okay. And then I'm gonna go to geometry nodes. Grab this. Points. Okay. Instances on points. Then do this, this. Okay, it doesn't look good right now, but I will try to fix that. Let's do a random value. And then there. And then I need like a way to blend the normals, which there is a way of doing that. I just don't know how. Notes, blend normals, or Normals of generated geometry. It wasn't. I saved it, I remember, somewhere. They're object normals to distributed instances. Have you tried asking ChatGPT? No. Okay, well, that's not the one. Aligning instances to normals, that's not it. Trying to align, no. Object shading, maybe? Sounds like a reasonable idea. Flower has somewhat clumpy texture as is, but it gets more clumpy as you start working liquids into it. Yeah, it does take a while to get homogeneous dough, so... Well, it could just be dry as well, but like it still has clumps. Let me see if I saved it in my Blender, like, playlist. Blender. So... There has to be something, because I have seen it like multiple times. Okay. Let's check this out.
5. In the last video, we learned about how to use geometry nodes to get the normals from our mesh and send them to the shader. And there we go, that's looking the same. But something you should note is when we do that, it still has the object selected in the object info dropdown. So that means if you don't clear that manually, as long as you have this node tree in your file, it will keep referencing that object and it will keep that object in your file, which doesn't always matter, but you know, if you make this group and then import it into other files, it will grab that object too. So it's good practice to clear that object field if you're doing it. An important part of getting the normals is to run them through a capture attribute on point, because the normal node, remember, gives us face normals and we need to interpolate them into vertex normals, which is point. So we're not going to need this whole group because this doesn't have any normals to split, but we could just put this here instead. But for now, I will throw it away. And now the actual transfer node, which does the main magic. This has some fields we're used to. It's got mapping, just like the modifier. So there's our nearest face interpolated, which is the main thing we use. Index means the same thing as topology, and it has nearest options, but you may recall we don't use those. Now, it's not quite the same because it has options for things that we're not going to use for normals, or if we wanted to transfer that data as a different data type. So the modifier doesn't have those because it only has what you would need for the normals, whereas this node is more universal. Now, we've also got some other options that are different. At the top, we have a field where we need to specify what type of data we're transferring. And, we don't need to do that on the node because it's implicit. Then, of course, we plug in our source and what the attribute input is here. Source position, we'll talk about later. And if we go into different modes, like an index, we also have an index field. And this lets you manipulate what element it thinks has what index. And we'll also get into that later when we have a practical example. For now, we're just going to stick with our nearest face interpolated. So the confusing thing about the transfer node is that there's nowhere we plug in the destination mesh. So what determines what that's going to be? And this is one of those things that's just a bit unintuitive about geometry nodes in the beginning, but once you get the hang of it, is really not a big deal. The order of operations for a geonodes tree is not entirely linear. So you do have the basic thing of, you kind of start here, and then it's going to execute this node, and then it's going to execute this node, and then it's going to output it. But it doesn't evaluate whatever's plugged in here until you get to this execution step. So if we're doing what we're going to do, and do that, then what happens is it looks at the incoming geometry, then it gets here, and then it evaluates this for this geometry. So it's this socket for this geometry, and this socket is transfer something from that geometry. So this is a fancy way of saying that the destination object is determined by whatever node is going back and checking and getting this information. And we don't even really need this capture attribute node, I just put that there to make it easier to visualize. The output node does the job too. And on our output node, for the normal socket, it's the same as our setup from last video, where it's on face corners mode. And if we go over here to attributes, we still have our GN normals on the mesh, and our output is set to GN normals to send it through to our shader. And if I pull in my materials off my other screen, it's our same materials from last time. So we're viewing the attribute on the face, and we're viewing regular normals on any other geometry. So there's our attribute normals. And they are coming through from here. So transfer successful. And this is all there is to the basic transfer.
Okay. So we gotta capture the normal of the main object, like this, and then transfer attribute. I guess I would need to put this on the clumps itself. Seems that way, at least. Yeah, okay. So let me try that. Right, so let's just pick one of them for now. This one. And let me just check it from here. Okay. Oh. Gonna call this flower. And then plug it here. So that's the object that we're trying to imitate, I guess. Then we need the normal. Capture attributes set to vector, although that's not an option here. Maybe I'm supposed to plug it in first. Okay. All right. Or I guess maybe no. Vector point. I guess I'll just have it on point and see how it goes. Okay. Then transfer. That is not a node. Okay, where did this go then? Transfer attributes. No, under geometry notes 4.5. Sample index. Okay. Source attribute. This is supposed to be a vector, and then that's supposed to be base, I guess, although this doesn't really look the same. Source attribute. I could try, I just see what happens. I don't know why that disappeared, actually.
This is the
I'll have this here, although I'm not sure if I'm gonna use it yet, because it's not really working, since I don't have the node that the guy used, since it's not available anymore. So there's probably a different way of doing this in the newer version. But let's try using the data transfer attribute. See what this does. And then pick this. Custom normals. Not sure why this disappears though. That's kind of odd. It's just like gone. I don't know why. What if I delete? Okay, so deleting it actually worked, but I guess when I add it, then it doesn't like it. Yeah. Okay. Damn. All right. These streams can be really informative for people who work with Blender or have it as a hobby. That's pretty cool, I think. I mean, I would hope so. Okay. Let's go back here and then increase the density a bit more. See what that does. Just down a bit. I for sure picked up some little tips already. That's good. Good to hear. I'll still try to keep digging for this though. It's for data, normals, Blender, geometry, notes, 4.5. It was on Twitter, I do know that for sure. I just don't know where it is. Set mesh normal, I think this is it, actually. Sounds familiar.
Hello and welcome to Blender 4.5. It is here, and specifically I'm here to showcase the set mesh normal node in geometry nodes. It's a lot of fun, and I'm gonna show it with some rubber duckies floating in the water, causing some ripples and some wind waves. And now if you like this, if you learned something, please leave a like, comment, subscribe.
From an outside perspective, Blender seems like an endless rabbit hole full of settings and variables. I wonder if anyone on the planet actually has complete mastery of Blender.
And there we go, we got a nice input.
Probably not.
To start us off, I'm just going to subdivide my mesh.
But it's fun.
A subdivision surface, there it is. And let's make it smooth by setting this to maybe 6. That works fine for now. And now we need to actually spawn some instances, so let's just hit Shift A, distribute points on faces. Points on faces, there we go. Connect it up, the points, drag it out to an instance on points, and right away I want to add an instance here. And what I'm going to add is I'm going to scout through Blender Kit, it's completely free, and we can just look for a duck, rubber ducky. That's what I want to use. This should be a free one, there, beautiful. And we can just use that for our instance. So drag this out to an object info. Here we go. We can just use the duck. And let's use this one. And let's just connect this with a join geometry.
I never implied contrary. If I had a decent computer, I would definitely lose myself in Blender. Yeah.
Usually need to be rotated around the normals of this mesh, and that's actually very easy to do because we already get a normal value when we distribute points that are linked to the points. So we can actually drag that out to a align rotation to vector. Here we go, rotation, nope, vector, and rotation to the rotation, and connect this to the rotation, and you should be golden. Now I want a little bit of randomness to that rotation. Hit Shift A, find a rotate rotation. Connect it up, set this to local, and we only want to rotate around the Z vector because that is actually
I need to remember this
rotation
because I keep forgetting it.
So we want to get this Z value, drag this out, combine XYZ, that will expose it as a singular value, drag this out to a random value, and in here I'm gonna type minus pi to pi because that together makes 2 pi, which is a full circle around the z-axis, and that is what we need.
Type TAU.
I'm gonna do the same,
which is the same thing.
Use a regular random value node here set to float because that will just scale it uniformly. Let's set this from 0.5 to 1, and that's beautiful. Now to avoid overlapping instances, we can actually set our point distribution to poison disk. And that means that we can now set a distance minimum, and that will just set a nice minimum distance between the spawned points. We can now increase the distance, or sorry, the density a little bit, and there we go, looking beautiful. Now we get to the tricky part. It's not really tricky, but it's new, and that makes it a bit tricky. So we have instances.
Yeah, new things are hard.
Sphere, and with the new normal node, Shift A, set mesh normal, we can actually set the normals of our sphere, and that's what we want because that's where we want the ripples.
I haven't used TAU for animations actually, but that is smart.
Set this to face corner. It working best in my opinion, in my tiny bit of experience with this node while playing around with it. Face corner works best. And we can now just work with the instances here. Now how do we do this? We need to blend between the normals of the sphere and the normals of the ducks around the ducks.
Yep.
And we need to actually switch that or mix it in a way where if it comes closer to the duck, we get more of that normal from the duck as well. How do we do that? Well, first things first, we need to get that kind of mask to see how close we are to a duck. How do we do that? It's done with a geometry proximity node. And we can just add this mesh in here. And for this to work, we need to hit Shift A and find a realize instances node there. and we can now work with this value. Now if you're curious to how this looks, we can hit Ctrl-Shift-Click on the Set Mesh Normal node and Ctrl-Shift-Click on the Geometry Proximity 2 times to get the distance value. And you can see that the closer we get to the duck, the darker that value is going to be, which means that the mask is 0, where we need the new normals, and 1, where we want to keep the original normals. So keep that in mind. So how do we now switch this up? Let's delete our viewer node. Let's hit Shift A and find a mix node, and we set this to a vector. Now we want to use this mask. Let's already just connect this to mix between the new vector normal that we get from the duck and the original normals. And we already established that the top connection here is 0, closer to the ducks. It needs the new duck normal. So to avoid confusion, I'm just gonna drag the B output, which is the 1 value, the white value, out to a normal node, just so we know that this is the value we need for the second input. For the top input, we can actually use the realized instances, so those are the realized ducks. Drag this out to a sample nearest surface. That is not the right one. Sample nearest surface, there we go. Connect this in there, set this to vector, and let's sample a value called the normal. And we can now connect this into that top value. Now we can just have a look at what this does, drag all of this to the right, and let's connect the result to the new custom normal. This is looking a little bit weird, okay, and the reason why is because it's blending with a mask that is not properly set to the right values. And if you just want that little corner here to for example, have that nice roundness, that nice connection between the ducks and the water, you can use, for example, Shift A, a map range node, and you can just drag this maximum value down more and more and more to the 0 values until you're satisfied with maybe what it looks like. And we still have a little dark ring, and that's because right at the bottom of the duck, of course, it goes down a bit more, which means the normals are quite fixing down, and it gets this more of a dark value. But in this case it's fine because we're using it for water. But if we move the ducks down with, for example, a set position node, when we spawn them, instance on points, ducky here, set position, and we can just move the Z position down a little bit, you can see that this normal will actually change depending on the normal of the duck.
Yep.
Right, so we can set this to a nice value.
That's cool.
Like that maybe, and that works a lot better already. So now let's create the actual wave shape, and for that I'm going to delete.
Okay, so this is all we really need. Okay, let's see. So, right. So distribute points. There's the instance. Then we need a set mesh normal, and what is connected to that? Let me check.
Part. It's not really tricky, but it's all we can actually set within tricky. We get to the.
Okay, I think that's just the mesh. Okay.
Shift A, set mesh normal. We can actually set the.
Okay, so that's where he does it.
Of our sphere, and that's what we want because that's where we want the rip.
Start with that. So now I guess I would need to do that here on this one rather than the clumps themselves. Yeah. Okay. So let me just move these down. I'm just kind of matching the video right now, layout wise, so it doesn't get confusing. Set to mesh normal. Alright, that's the first node.
To appear this to face corner, it working best in my
corner. Got it.
Opinion, in my tiny bit of experience with this node while playing around with it. Face corner works best. And first things first, we need to get that kind of mask to see how close we are to a duck. In here, and for this
geometry proximity
to work, we need to hit Shift A and find a realize instances node there, and we can now work with this value. Now if you're curious to how this looks, we can hit Ctrl-Shift-Click on the set mesh normal node and Ctrl-Shift-Click on the geometry proximity 2 times to get the distance value. And you can see that the closer we get to the duck, the darker that value is going to be, which means that the mask is 0 where we need the new normals and 1 where we want to keep the original normals. So keep that in mind. So how do we now switch this up? Let's delete our viewer node. Let's hit Shift A and find a mix node, and we set this to a vector. Now we want to use this mask. Let's already just connect this to mix between the new vector normal that we get from the duck and the original normals. And we already established that the top connection here is 0, closer to the ducks. It needs the new duck normal. So to avoid confusion, I'm just gonna drag the B output, which is the 1 value, the white value, out to a normal node, just so we know that this is the value we need for the second input. For the top input, we can actually use the realized instances, so those are the realized ducks. Drag this out to a sample nearest surface. That is not the right one. Sample nearest surface, there we go. Connect this in there, set this to vector, and let's sample a value called the normal. And we can now connect this into that top value. Now,
and we need normal, and like this here, and also put this on vector. There we go.
now we can just have a look at what this does. Drag all of this to the right, and let's connect the result to the new custom normal.
Okay, I think that's starting to look better.
This is looking a little bit weird, okay? And the reason why is because it's blending with a mask that is not properly set to the right values. And if you just want that little corner here to for example, have that nice roundness, that nice connection between the ducks and the water, you can use, for example, Shift A, a map range node, and you can just drag this maximum value down more and more and more to the 0 values.
Battery proximity. Doesn't look that great from that side though. Maybe I'm supposed to do this on the clumps themselves. Although, like, if I look at it from this side, where the materials are, like, that looks like it's blending, I think. Maybe I'm wrong though, who knows. I guess there is like a darker area around them, which is kind of odd. But at least we're getting somewhere right now. Try. Am I supposed to do anything else here? Yeah, what if I mute it for a second? So I'm supposed to like invert it. Maybe not, I don't know. Just speculating.
until you're satisfied with maybe what it looks like. And we still have a little dark ring, and that's because right at the bottom of the duck, of course, it goes down a bit more, which means...
It's a good video though. Let's pick another one. Set. Now that I know the name of the node. That could be good.
Together in Blender has always been tricky. You either end up messing with topology, remeshing, or doing some sculpting hack to hide seams. But that changes. With Blender 4.5 launching, we've got tons of new features and turn them into a smooth, welded transition, like this. And the best part, it doesn't change your geometry at all. Let's jump in and build the geometry node setups. It's just 8 nodes. First, I'll delete what I've got and start from scratch. We just need 2 objects that we want to weld together. I'm using a sphere and a cylinder. Make sure they have enough geometry, like subdivision level 3 or more, or the shading won't blend nicely. So first let's go into geometry nodes and start with the star of the show, the set mesh normal. Set it to free, which means it lets you control the normals manually without constraints. Free also means it's free on performance, no extra geometry, no modifiers, just shading magic. Now drop in an object info node. This is how we reference the second object, in my case the cylinder, so we can blend toward it. Make sure to turn on relative. That way, if you move either object, the shading still tracks correctly. Add a mix vector node. This lets us blend between 2 normals. A equals the normals from the target object, and B equals the normals from our current object. Connect the output of the mix node into the custom normal input on the set mesh normal node. For the B input, drop in a normal node. This gives us the current object's surface normals. For the A input, we want to sample the normals from the target object, the cylinder. So add a sample nearest surface node. Plug the geometry from the object info node into it, and add another normal node to feed into the value socket of the sample node. This tells Blender, hey, grab the nearest normal from the cylinder's surface. Now let's control where the blending happens. Add a geometry proximity node. Connect your geometry and the target object. Out of distance, plug into a map range node. This converts the distance into a smooth 0 to 1 value, perfect for controlling the factor on our mix node. Now just adjust the from max parameter and see the 2 meshes blend together. And just like that, we have 2 objects smoothly transitioning between each other. But to make this setup reusable, let's expose 2 inputs to the modifier panel. The target object from the object info node, and the from max on the map range. This controls the blend distance. In the geometry nodes editor, hit N, group, and rename the inputs so it's easy to
Okay. I mean, this looks pretty straightforward.
on the set mesh.
I just gotta execute it properly. So this guy got the right to the point. Yeah, there's a lot of Blender tutorials like this, especially like YouTube shorts. They're pretty helpful. Okay. Just analyzing the node graph right now. Alright, so this is kind of the main driving node, you could say. Then we got the actual geometry, like the main thing, which is in this case this sphere, plugged into this. And everything for this socket is related to whatever object is outside of it, or like whatever you're trying to blend with it. So he takes this object, the cylinder, then plugs it into this node, sample nearest surface, has the normal specified, I'm assuming from the original mesh or the main mesh, so that it tells it to like mimic it, I guess. Then you gotta mix it apparently. Okay, and then you need the proximity as a factor. Alright. Let me try to do this. I guess I will just kind of dissolve these. Alright. So. So for this guy, it's like separate. it's not really in one geometry node setup where like I have these kind of scattered around using the distribute node points to faces on faces node. So it's kind of like integrated with this whole setup. But I'll try to understand how to do that with this context. Okay, so here's this, right. Set this to, yep, 3 face corner, that's good. Next, we need to take this. I guess in this case it's instances and not geometry, but I would assume it has the same effect. So we need that plugged into sample nearest surface. I'm gonna make this a bit bigger. Okay. And then vector. Put this to vector. There we go. Now I need the normal map, or not normal map, but normal node. Here. Okay. Then I need to mix these. All like so. And then in the factor I need to have geometry proximity for the instances plugged into map range, distance there, and then plug this into here, and then there we go. Okay, so now I need to adjust this. See how this goes. Okay, that doesn't seem right. I guess it's probably because instances as input geometry are ignored. Okay, what if I do realize instances? There we go. Yeah. Right. I mean, something's definitely happening. Just not exactly what I'm trying to do, but I will tinker around, see if I can make this work. I know it. Okay. I was able to preview it before. I don't know why it's not letting me know. It's kind of like shading the entire thing. Okay, that's... How come I can see it over there, but over here it's like not working? Okay. Actually, this... I think this is like the normal of like the main object rather than, you know, these. Okay. That shouldn't be there. And this is actually harder than I thought it would be. I bet this is easier with just like one object though. Like if I had a separate object around this, I think it would have worked a bit better. Yeah, it just doesn't want to cooperate for this. Oh. Kind of what to do. What if I made them smaller and then just increased the density? See if that works, maybe. Okay, and then just turn this up by a lot. Have you guys seen Weapons, by the way? The film that came out. But I will watch it when it comes to digital. Nice. Yeah, it was a very good movie, I would say. I did just watch the Monkey last night though. Pretty decent. That one sounds like the one that was like a documentary. I'm not sure if it's that one though. No, it's the Stephen King comedy horror. Very fun horror. Okay. Never seen it. Yeah, this isn't really doing anything right now. Really. Let me try one thing actually. What if I, instead of having multiple of these, what if I just do this? Just have one. And then I guess I first need to, what is this? Realize geometry is not used when, okay, there you go. Okay. Alright, maybe this could work a bit better. Not sure. I'd like it if I could preview it though. Yeah, it's like you can clearly see that it's kind of appearing from the depth right there based on this main mesh rather than the actual object that is scattered. But then again, wouldn't this one need the distributed one rather than like just a single object? I think that's the problem, or at least one of the problems. So I need to take this one and I need to plug it here. And let me check. Okay, so that's not really working because I guess I need to realize this. It's still not working. What? Hold on. Okay, that's something. I can see a form now, at least around this one. Just don't understand why I am unable to see it. Oh, because I think I have to have both of them. Okay, I see. Yeah, there we go. I may need to add a bit more geometry to this, I'm not sure. Or maybe I need to add it to the icosphere itself. Or both. At least it's getting somewhere now. Yeah, I think that's actually starting to look a bit better. Try to turn this up a bit more. It is definitely the geometry that is kind of a bottleneck right now. Is it the one about the murderous monkey toy? I have been meaning to watch it. Would you recommend it to a group of cheesy slasher movie fans? That does sound kind of ridiculous. Okay. I mean, I think that looks fine. At least from the distance. So Georgia, can we take a closer look at the rendered flower? Yep. I might need to mess with this. Maybe add displacement a little bit at least. Okay, that's gonna be a bit tough to work with. Okay, 1 second. We'll start going crazy. That looks pretty good already, especially since it's going to look more like a single whole mass. Yeah. I think it's okay. Global. Okay. Yeah, I'm also thinking about like the lighting itself as well. So right now I'm just trying to have some flour on the table to see how this looks. Okay. It is pretty hard to do this with the rendered view like this, because sometimes it smudges it. But also, I should probably give the table a slightly different color, because it's blending a little too much. This color. Yeah. Okay. Let's do maybe like brown color, maybe. Then desaturate it a bit. Alright, and then let's try. That's looking pretty good, I would say. Another thing I gotta keep in mind also is to use saturation and also values in general in my advantage in terms of like composition, because like the centerpiece is kind of the focus and everything else around it should be either desaturated or darker. So let me also maybe have some of those sprinkles somewhere around here. Maybe I could also have sprinkles inside of this cup or whatever it is, bowl. I think that could work. Okay. So let's see. I guess a UV sphere. Why not? I think I'll have to turn this into a volume and then use that as a distribution area. So geometry to volume, or mesh to volume rather. There. Let me actually check this in this view. There we go. And then I need to distribute points in volume. Is saturation something that you tinker, experiment with a lot in your project, or is it something you usually keep in the background? What do you mean in the background? Where's the sprinkle? Let me see. I guess I could click on this and see. Object info. I guess I'm just blind. Sprinkle. Oh, it was parented, that's why I couldn't see it. So here's the sprinkle, and then I need to use this now for this one. Also, I think for this episode, I'm gonna have 2 different backdrops. So it's gonna start with this one, but then it's gonna swap to another one that's gonna be a bit more dark. Okay. Now I just mess around with this. I need to do this like a lot. There's a random number calling me right now, but I don't really pick up random numbers at all. Okay. I guess this actually kind of helps too, but it's a bit like spread out, which I don't really like. I don't know what this does. Yeah, this is actually a bit hard to do, although maybe I could do like both like distribute points on faces and also in the volume. Maybe that could help with the form. I don't know, let's check. Points on faces. I hate it when I get calls from random numbers. The only thing that is worse is when you get a call from a hidden number. I haven't had that before. Unless you mean like, I don't know, organizations calling you or something. Like maybe a bank has like the name of the bank on there rather than a number. you know, it usually starts something like unknown color or unknown number. Yeah, I don't really have that. I always see the number. It's just like unknown. My number used to belong to someone named Ashley, and Ashley did not pay her debts. Oh boy, I got so many debt collector calls for her. That sucks. Damn. Just check how this looks like so far. Yeah, not that great. Wait, why is there... Am I supposed to do this? Oh, okay. Alright. Just don't like how they are floating. I want it to be like a pile, I guess, but I also don't want to simulate it. I feel like I should be able to do this. Maybe I'm just supposed to turn this number up all the way until it gets filled. That could work, I guess. That sounds something from a sequel to The Big Lebowski. I don't know what that is, but sounds a bit familiar. Alright, I guess I do have it already. Okay. Just play around with it a bit like this. Honestly, now that I look at the flower, it looks pretty good, I would say. From like a quick look. Not bad. Maybe I should make it more yellow, perhaps? Not sure. Because sometimes it does have that look to it. Copy that. It's very subtle. And I want to have this a bit more defined with like the flower it has over here, because it's really faint right now. Good. That's a bit better, I would say. The Big Lebowski is a movie about a guy whose last name is Lebowski. He gets mistaken for a different guy whose last name is also Lebowski. The second guy owes a lot of money. Wait a minute. Is that Where's the Money Lebowski meme from? Yep, that's funny. Yeah, it sounds like a good movie. I could check it out at some point. Also, I should add some scratches, I think, to this. Let's make this smaller. Maybe I'll use a different texture. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think I know I need to put some sparkles on the table, like kind of spilled. I'm also thinking maybe I should have this actually tipped over like that. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a bit better. And then like these are gonna spill out or something. Now I will definitely need to reduce the amount. And honestly, I think I should maybe not use a sphere for this if it's gonna be on the ground. Yeah, I could probably just use like a plane, pretty much. Perhaps maybe merge them like this. Looks like a spider web. Maybe just move the whole thing down as an average and then kind of tuck it in like this. Then just do whatever. Okay. I may need to rotate this only side to side and not like this, where it's going upwards, because it's just clipping a bit more than it should. Is it again like vector math maybe? Or let's see. That should work. Okay, so now I should be able to pick what I wanna rotate. Doesn't seem to be working that well. Maybe... Wait, wasn't it actually like rotation or something? And I think you put this here. And I'm just testing at this point. Yeah. Alright. It would be cool if you could simulate how the particles would actually spread out by using physics engine. I mean, I can do that. Could try it, why not? Okay, so let me try maybe keyframe the rotation first. For example, and then so I will need like a bunch of these. So where is, all right, it's this. Okay, so let me just duplicate that, clear this. Move this to collection, and then basically just like duplicate a bunch. I thought Blender is mostly for animation and stuff. I guess I should have gathered by now that it's actually has a physics engine functionality as well. It even has a video editor if you wanted to use it as like just a video editing program. Okay, I haven't done this in a while, so let's see how this goes. Not sure why it's not moving right now. Should be. Active surface response. On a completely understandable note, I have not played Outer Wilds in such a long time. I have yet to finish it, but I played a big chunk of it, I remember. Okay, let me just check this real quick. Blender rigid body simulation.
Well, I'll show you. First, select all the objects you want to move. Go to Object, Rigid Body, Add Active. Then, for the objects you want to be colliders, go to the Physics panel and select Rigid Body. Change the type to Passive and the shape to Mesh.
That's true, I forgot to do that, but I don't think that's gonna fix
You can use other
this.
depending on what the object is, but for this shape, we will use Mesh. Add enough frames so the animation can play out fully.
Oh,
Make sure
okay.
to save here in case the simulation decides to crash. It will work better if the physics objects are lower poly. Hit the spacebar and
Yeah, so like this part isn't working for me. I don't know why. Could be, but it's not. Okay. But wait. Is this set to passive? Oh, now it's definitely working, because... yeah. Alright. Maybe I should just kill it, honestly. Oh. Okay, it all flew out. I think that's because the collision needs to be smaller. I don't know where that was, though. Where was that, actually? Wasn't there like a collision size? But I guess that's tied to the mesh, right? Yeah, right now it's just kind of blowing up. Maybe this... hold on. Sensitivity. Or maybe it's that, actually. Hold on. That's probably it. If I turn this down... no. Let's see if this blows up again or not. Yeah, just gonna give it a second. See what happens. Maybe I should have used a particle simulation. I think that could have been better. Yeah, maybe. I'll try that, see if it works. Let me just do this. Reopen Blender. Okay. Select all. Delete. And then I'll just make a plane. I think it also has to do with like scale. Sometimes it messes up because of it. Okay. Collision. I cannot see anything with this, so let's swap this with the sprinkle. Yeah, see it now. Just gotta fix the velocity. Also, just the overall speed, I guess. Turn this down. Lifetime, I don't know, like 500. It doesn't want to stay in there though, which is a problem. And then also I need to have a rotation, if I can find where it is. There. Dynamic. This is way too complicated. Maybe it looks like it, but it's not that complicated. But just tinkering with settings until it works. A frame, like 20, maybe. And maybe if I put it up a little bit, no. It has to have friction. So maybe if I do this, but this is friction for cloth. But there's also this one. Damping could work. Okay. I guess that everything about Blender looks complicated from an outside perspective, yeah. You just gotta focus on the settings that you need. You don't really need to learn everything. Okay, well that's just weird. Friction. Okay. I just wanted to like not bounce off of the thing. Blender particles bouncing off of the plane. Of the particle mass, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Let's try. Nope. But even that aside, they just kind of disappear. Even though, like, the lifetime is fine. It's just they just disappear whenever they hit the ground. What if wasn't there like an option that makes them kind of slower? Okay. Object velocity, not the object particle, or give the particle as starting velocity. No, I don't wanna do that. What if I do minus though? Nah. Okay. Physics, no. Time step, maybe subframes could help actually. No. What's time step? Simulation time step per frame. I think that's also another processing thing. I don't know, I guess if I turn it up then it's gonna be worse, I would assume. Or not. Okay, what if I do like, I don't know, twice the default ish? Oh, okay. No, I think that's actually, I mean, just move the whole thing. I don't know what it is exactly. I hate particle sims, yeah. I'm pretty sure it also has to do with scale. I don't think it's just the settings alone, so. Generally, whatever's like smaller in scale, it just doesn't work as good. Unfortunately. Alright, well, that's okay though. I can just do the manual, like by hand way. So we're just gonna turn this back on. No, it's fine. I mean, it's not like I had to take it. I just wanted to try it because I don't really do particle simulations. Well, I do them, but not to this degree. Typically, I just do like dust floating around or something like that. Or just foliage. Just do this real quick. What? It's because of this, okay. Radius. Do you guys know EVGA, the project? This. It's really good. I think there's a playlist of it. Yeah, this. I recommend watching it because it's a really cool art project. It also has a free game, which is what this music is from. Yeah. Have you seen Big Top Burger? Nope. What's that? Very good short animated series on YouTube, made entirely in Blender. Oh, burger. I haven't seen it now. I'll save it though. Okay, I need some utensils, I think. And maybe I could also just move this a bit over here, like in the corner. Yeah, I think that works a bit better. I may also mess around with the world shader. This is fine, honestly. Yeah. I like it. Let me try some temporary effects as well. See how that will look like. Okay. Alright, I should put this on like add. Yeah, that works better. Projects like Baked Up Burger always amaze me, simply because of how much creativity is put into them. I think human creativity will never die, despite generative AI getting better at mimicking it. I mean, it doesn't matter how good it gets. The people that use it don't understand why it's hated. It's because people will always prioritize the hard work of other people because there's actual soul into the projects put into them, rather than like a really messy frame interpolated image that doesn't even keep consistency. And even if it did, it wouldn't really matter because of what I said earlier. Then there is also the problem that AI models are often trained on stolen data, yeah. That's like one of the main reasons why people hate it. But like, the people that defend it are the people that haven't made a single art project in their entire life, so they don't really understand the gravity of it. Like what they're doing. I mean, even before AI, when I was in like okay, well, not really, this doesn't really matter, but when I was actively in like the editing kind of environment of like other editors, I would see some posts complaining about the fact that some VFX editors now like charge money to make things, specifically like FPS edits, and they were saying like, oh, they used to do it for free back then, why does it cost money now? And it's like, it's always gamers that are, you know, saying stuff like that, because they don't really understand what's going on in that field. They just look at what financial problem it causes and then they complain about that, but they don't really process what actually is going on. Like, I don't know. Just feel sorry for AI bros. Can't speak. They really just fundamentally do not understand creativity, yeah. That is the whole shtick. Okay, and this is looking pretty good so far. Just gotta add a bit more objects, like elements on there, and maybe some composition stuff also, like maybe lens start would fit here, honestly. Most of these situations boil down to a lack of knowledge. It takes effort to actually study a field that you are unfamiliar with. Yeah. That's why you get all these people advocating. Yeah. Okay. I think that looks pretty good color-wise. And then let's do filter. Yeah, it's not going to be visible here, but there, and then it is visible. Yeah, that wasn't directly looking at it, that's why. Pretty good so far. Alright, so now utensils, what do I do? Let me... Alright, the muffin tray. I'm gonna look how that looks like. Okay. Alright, let's try that. Why not? But how do I... Okay, well, I'll start with a plane, and then... Let me just see if I can do one for now. So, wire. Boolean. And then, okay. Union. Not quite what we want. Okay. Because this has to, like, make a shape like this. So I'm just trying to think of what is the best way of doing that. Back Blender, muffin tray. If there's even... Okay, of course, I'm gonna get cooking videos if I'm not gonna specify which blender I mean. A constant issue with this particular subject. Yeah. So this person basically just made the cutouts with the boolean, or I guess some other way, doesn't matter, like just circles, and then extruded them downwards, which, yeah, this can help, like this can work. Just wondering if there's like a procedural way of doing this, but probably not. So let's just do that. That's good enough, I think. I could really go for some jelly right now. I don't think I've had much of any, or I guess I must have had some jelly at some point, just not enough for me to remember how it's like. Somebody give me like Jello, the wiggly one. I guess I'll just apply this and then essentially just select all of these. There was a way of selecting stuff by their like specific trait or like number of edges. Let me see if I can find that. So select similar length. Oh, okay, no, not really. Select, okay, not that. I don't know, like direction, no. Amount of faces around on or an edge. No, it's not faces, it's edges. I don't think that's gonna work either. Okay. Philo is an American brand of jelly. Oh, is it? Do you know that? Nope. Select loops, edge loops. Nope. Edge rings. Yeah, I don't think I can do this. Not sure how to do it. That's fine though, I mean I can just select them like this. The reason I brought it up is that the cylinders you are working on reminded me of Jello cups. Oh. Nice. Okay. So now we just do this. I'm gonna try to do some extrusions as well. Kind of around the edge. Okay, fill those up. And then scale. Okay, hold on. That's not quite working. Also, that didn't really work that well either. For some reason. Because I didn't have it selected. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so that should be good. Hopefully. We'll do this. Fill it. Yeah, I'm not sure why these two are not working properly. That's odd. Oh, that's why. Okay. There, that should be good now. Okay. Although, since I have all of those selected already, maybe I should prioritize doing these first. Like this. Or a shape. And then maybe I could bevel this, I'm not sure. Not exactly now. I would assume it's because of these lines here. The topology isn't the best. I'm gonna make some dinners so this stream fits perfectly to have in background. Alright, since it's food related. Hope the dinner will turn out good. I also realized I should have added some thickness to this, but I guess maybe I can do it now. Just gonna see if I can do anything about this topology. Okay, so that doesn't dissolve. What if I delete it? Yeah, I guess that's expectable. Because I think that they're kind of connected like this all over. Like it goes from here to here. From that line. So I guess it would have been better if this was inserted beforehand. Okay, well, I guess I'll just work with it. Now let's see if I can try to bevel this. Yeah, I mean that works. I'll just select everything now. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Can't miss any areas. Let's also maybe delete this. I may also add some dust in post to this. I think that could fit pretty well. Like the sunlight hitting it. Also I missed one again. Oh well. I think I can fix it actually. But I'm gonna have to deselect these anyway, so. Alright, so let's do this. And then vertex. Okay, that should have worked. Yep. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now the normals look pretty wonky, but I think if I do weighted normal... No. Okay, that doesn't work. And for some reason, this is also messed up. Again. Even though I thought I fixed it. I guess when it's... Oh, I didn't have this selected, that's why. Maybe that was the problem. But yeah, obviously the normals are gonna be pretty bad. It's normal, yep. It's not gonna work. Guess you could have it as flat as well, if it works. I'll just have to see. And let's see here, the scale of this. Okay. Could I perhaps at least bevel this edge here? Could that work? Not exactly. Not sure why it's doing it that way. Yeah, let me at least try the top part, see if that works. Yeah, good enough. That's what matters anyway in this case. One more edge missed. I mean, it doesn't seem like it unless I don't see it. Okay. Planning to make some pork stew. What are your guys' thoughts on pork? I don't typically eat it, personally. I just generally eat like chicken, if anything, like for meat. But I do like to order like shawarma once in a while. I don't think this muffin tray is gonna work, actually. Now that I think about it. This is way too big. I mean, sure, I can make it small, but then it wouldn't make sense in context of this. I guess I could, like, zoom out a bit, but I don't know. Pork and chicken are the cheapest sources of protein that I can get my hands on, so I usually alternate between the two. That's good. Bacon is great too, but it's so damn expensive over here. I think I've only had bacon like in the form of a burger. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna use the tray actually. It's just not really fitting at all. I'm gonna think of something else. Okay. Probably gonna need to work on the floor a bit more, but I'll just send a preview to the producers real quick. But, hmm. I'm gonna go back to the message again of what you suggested. Okay. Measuring cups, spoons. So, I guess I can just do like spoons, why not? Something like this, why not? Okay. Perhaps it's a bit too deep over here, so let's just do this. Okay. I also wanted to make a plate for the cupcake. Then let's give this like a metallic material. Let's just I don't know, something low. Probably gonna give it some texture as well. I guess smudges would be a bit more fitting to this than like scratches. So maybe like this. But also maybe give it some flower marks, I guess you could call it. Georgia, our beloved fellow driving frogs. It's a nice name. Okay, so let's see. I guess maybe this one. Okay. Not as good as I wanted it to be, but let's check. It's not bad. Okay. What do you think about adding a measuring cup? Just a regular clear plastic measuring cup. The space directly above the cupcake looks like a bit empty. Okay, so maybe it could fit there. Yeah. Okay, I can do that. Oh. Okay. Right, so something like this, I guess, in terms of size. Alright. Cylinder. Do this. Then it has like this area. So I suppose I just move this like that. But it's like not exactly the whole thing from the bottom. It should have a cut like this. Good enough. Then we need this handle, which is basically, let's see here, I guess like this. Maybe do this. Oh. A bit of an odd solidify, but that's not that terrible, I guess. And then I need like the texture there. Maybe I can find one here. Measuring cup. Texture? Question mark? Or markings? Image. I don't know if they even have it like this. Does setting the solidify to even thickness do anything? I mean, it helps with like transmissive materials. Makes them look better, I think. But I mean, like aside from that, the geometry just looks more realistic that way, because it's not like paper thin. I guess even if I found the markings, it wouldn't matter because you wouldn't see it anyway. Like it's a top view, so. Okay, well, let me send this image as well. Okay, well, I think this is a good time to stop for now. And then I'll come back tomorrow. So I think I'll be streaming until Saturday, I'm pretty sure. I had to wash my hands to type this. I wanted to say this earlier since it's going to be a top-down angle. You wouldn't even see the markings, yeah. Sometimes it takes a bit for my brain to process that whenever I am tired, but yeah, I get there. But yeah, I'll be streaming for like the next 2 days, I'm pretty sure, for this project, and then yeah, I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to get to the next one. But yeah, we had to make another scene besides this, like a completely different one, but like in the same perspective. Just like it's gonna swap the location and it's just gonna be a bit more grim. So like I'm just thinking it's gonna start out with this one because it's gonna be like, I don't know, just kind of like a happy vibe in the beginning, but then when shit goes down, kind of like cuts to a more demented version, I guess you could say. It's not gonna be the same objects at all. Just gonna be completely different, but it's gonna have the same camera. As soon as the story starts out normal, yeah, basically, it just transitions to a worse thing. Bugs instead of sprinkles. No, it's like it's not even gonna have a cupcake anymore. It's just gonna be something else entirely. You will see once I get to it. Cupcake is just the beginning, I guess. So, alright. Well, yep, thank you for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Is the chat still not working here? And now it's just completely disappeared. Alright. Oh. Bye-bye.